Because it would be great if we. I don't know. I have no idea how he would even get it. Felix maybe knows. Did you send it to Dan?
No, I don't know.
He's coming.
He's coming?
Yeah. So if we could get it to him just so that when he gets here we could put it up. Just let him know it'll come from Felix's email. And tell him I apologize. Good evening. The time is 6 o'clock. I'm going to call this meeting of the Finance Committee to order. My name is Victoria Muller. I'm the chairperson of this committee. Other members of my committee are Councilor Farias and Councilor Hart. I'm pleased to be joined by Councilor Cluett and Councilor Sadi as well. The first order of business is public comment. And nobody signed up for a public comment. If anybody has not had the opportunity to sign up but would like to speak, please let me know. I'm happy to have you come forward and share your thoughts. Otherwise, we're going to move into the subject of the meeting, which is a discussion on the Golden Street parking lot. And I have invited Eric Goodman to come and make a presentation to us along with his team about their plans for the lot. And I'm going to allow them to come forward and take it away. Make sure the hit the gray button and the green light is on.
How's that?
Much better.
Okay. So you all in front of you should have a smaller version of this map right here. So I'll just work off of this one. The Cronin building we are purchasing, and our intention there is to put 25 residential apartments, and then on the first floor would be the New London Public Market. That's a nonprofit that's creating a public market to go into that space. In the original discussions with them and discussing loading, trash and everything, we discovered that the lot behind the building is owned by the city. So we approached the city and asked if we could purchase the lot to accompany the market. In our title search, we actually figured out that that lot was originally owned with the Cronin building, but when Eugene O'Neill Drive went in the 60s or 70s, that was purchased or taken by the city. And it's been a pretty much an empty lot, I think, since then. There's no current parking in it. There's transient parking. It's, as you're probably aware, it's dirty, unkept. So our goal is to clean it up. We want to put a trash enclosure back there for the public market, and we want to create a loading zone for deliveries. So we're proposing to purchase it from the city, do just that with it, and hopefully that'll complement the market, which will be going into the building, as well as complement the neighbors and the city and have that area cleaned up. There are currently easements on the land records for all the abutting properties that provide different levels of access. Some of the easements even allow for structures that are currently built to remain on that property. So it's pretty well covered. The purchase and sale agreement from the city includes a restriction that we can't build on it, which we have no intentions of doing. So I think it's a great opportunity to clean up the lot as part of cleaning up the Cronin building, as well as provide access to the building easier, more efficient for the tenant, and also clean up a rather derelict property. So that's
Unless there are questions from my committee members, I'm going to ask just a couple more leading questions. Can you talk a little bit about what your conversations with your neighbors have been about access over the back? We've heard a lot about concern over people being able to get back there and maintain the access that they've enjoyed for as long as the city has owned it, which, as you stated, has been quite some time.
Sure.
So can you talk a little bit about how those discussions have gone and where they stand?
Yeah, so we did an extensive title search to figure out what easements currently exist for that lot and for the properties that abut to it. The former Malov's building, which I think is 74 State Street, currently has access to the back of their building. The Capitol Theater, which is 35 Bank Street, I believe, or 43 Bank Street, has access, emergency access out. And there's actually also an easement from Larry Caruso's property through the property we're proposing to purchase. I'm not really sure why, but it's there and it's been there. All those easements stay in place. We can't get rid of them. We don't want to get rid of them. We've never asked to get rid of them. We did propose to the neighbors that abut the property doing some sort of shared maintenance agreement when we get to that point, possibly a shared trash enclosure. But again, for us to enter into those negotiations, we need to own the lot. But the purposes and the goal of this is really to clean it up, get one common trash enclosure, get some formal loading zone that allows people to come and go. That's the extent of it, so.
Okay. Questions at this time from either of my committee members?
I don't feel like the question is fully answered of has there been any conversation with those individuals around what that would entail, and you communicating that if the lot is purchased, that they would still, those easement policies would still stay in place?
Right, so we did have conversations with them, and I believe even our attorneys had conversations with some of their attorneys about it. The easements we can't get rid of. It cannot be removed from the land records. We're not asking for it to be removed. It is impossible for it to happen. So we've made that clear to them, to the abutters, that what they have in place is going to remain. We're aware of it. Again, we don't want to restrict what they currently have. We'd like to enter into a reasonable negotiation when we own it, if we purchase it, about furthering those easements, cleaning them up, allowing different types of access, allowing for the common loading zone, sharing in the trash costs, but we need to own the property to be able to do that.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Hart?
Thank you, and I just wanted to ask, whether in fact, just want to reiterate, whether in fact the Capitol Theater ever had an easement, or whether they would get one as part of the process. Like, are their needs satisfied, or their comments satisfied?
I actually don't mind answering that for you, Councilor Hart, 'cause
Yeah,
I've been
thank you.
communicating with the parties as best as I can. And I met with the proprietor of the theater. And my understanding is that he is basically satisfied because Mr. Goodman alluded to a common loading zone back there. That's really what's needed. All of these abutting properties need loading in the back. We don't want Mack trucks and vans on State or Bank for any of these properties unloading. I assume it's used for loading and unloading now. So that has been established. That's the only thing that can go on back there. So I think what Mr. Goodman is saying is that once the purchase is done, then you can clean up the language, but that's the only use of it. And that's my understanding. I'm sure Director Reyes, he can jump into.
The only thing I would add is one component is there's still planning and zoning. Mr. Goodman still has to go through planning and zoning, and then they has to meet those regulations. So the actual use of it is going to be on plan, and it's all going to be conditioned that he uses it and sets up the courtyard the way it is on plan. So there's two bodies of kind of that are regulating this, and one of the things that Mr. Myers, Chris, is the owner of the Capitol Theater. He was satisfied in our meetings because he understood that even after this, that there is still planning and zoning, that it's going to be on record, and for him to build out that courtyard and approved by planning and zoning, it comes with those conditions that he has the access as well. So he gets both protections.
There's also the deed restriction that's in the purchase and sale agreement that says it can never be built on. So that further gives everyone the assurance that, we're not going to come in there and put up a apartment building or whatever. So, but
Gotcha.
just to answer your question specifically too, so 35 Bank Street, which is the Capitol Theater, does have a direct emergency access easement that's on the land records.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. Just want to make sure if all the neighbors, objections are satisfied, then I'm happy with that.
How about questions from Counselor Cluett or Sadi?
I'm satisfied with the way it's been presented, but I would just ask this question, which I think, which appears to have been answered. There's no issue of people being able to say, you're restricting parking, or there'll be less parking available in this area. It's really not an issue of this particular.
There is no parking currently.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's not striped, it's not set up for parking. I think the real goal is, you were saying, is to create an ability for trucks to get in and out.
Yeah.
For the theater, for the market, for that. It's just a lot better for everyone,
Yeah.
including the city.
Good, thank you.
And Mr. Russell, I see you objecting that there's no parking back there. There are cars that park back there. I think the distinction is there is not anybody that has a deeded right to park back there. That's the difference. It's a public piece of land, so people do park, but there isn't parking benefit that is connected to any of those abutters. They're using it. They're certainly using it, but it's not designed for that. So I'm not sure. I think that could be some of the pushback here, is that those maybe undesignated parking spaces are going to be changed. Counselor Sadi?
Thank you, Councilor Muller. So, and I appreciate what you just said, because a little bit offended by the comment, pretty much a vacant lot or an empty lot. Because again, there are cars that do utilize it, and I'm not saying whether they're supposed to or not. Other people utilize it for trash pickup, dumpsters or whatever it may be. And then you also said that you plan on having, I think you said 45 residential properties?
25.
Oh, 25, okay. Well, whether it be 45 or 25, and again, this is more of a planning and zoning issue, where do you plan on those people, those 25 new, or really 50 new residents, depending on whether there's 1 or 2 people per apartment, where do you plan on having them park?
But under the current zoning regulations, you can qualify for parking through the public lots, as well as the paid lot over behind Sussman Shapiro. So the current use of the building has a higher parking demand than the use will be when it's converted to mixed use. So we're actually reducing the required number of parking by doing this build-out.
But the building has been vacant for 20-plus years, other than maybe a couple small businesses.
20 plus or 50 plus, there's still a parking calculation that was done that's now less.
The other thing is, you had mentioned that the deed restriction is cannot build on it.
Yep.
And does this map show any of the utility easements that are across that lot?
Well, there's utility easements in place on the land records for some of these properties. They're in their own documents. They're not this map. This is just a preliminary map that we put together to show what it is that we
Yeah.
would want to purchase.
And I appreciate your comment about, quote, cleaning up the lot, because what I've heard is drug use, prostitution, spilled over garbage, and as a city councilor, I want to apologize, because, and it's not only to you as a potential owner, but all of the other owners, shame on us for not having properly maintained that. I have to believe that part of that is probably because of our lack of public work employees. But again, I appreciate the fact that you're willing, or you have interest in cleaning that up from the issues that I've mentioned, and I'm sure there's other issues.
Yeah, I mean-
And parking may be one of them.
We've seen a lot of problem behavior while we've been doing our due diligence and engineering inspections. I mean, people park there, people also do oil changes in the parking lot with no drain pans. That was shocking to watch, just right down into your sewer,
Yep.
so.
And so there definitely is a need to police, not just with a New London police officer, but property owners, or the present owner is the city of New London.
Yeah.
So thank you for that.
Just so you understand too, from a practical and business point of view, we're offering to buy the lot at the assessed value. The lot has no value to our project as far as creating any sort of cash flow or anything that monetizes that purchase. So we're saying we're gonna spend $130,000, spend another 100 or 200,000 cleaning it up to not get any more value except for a clean place that everyone can use. So it,
And you are aware that the assessed value is only 70% of the fair market value?
we're using the appraised value.
Oh, appraised value as opposed, because I thought I heard you say assessed.
No, the appraised value.
Okay.
If I said assessed, I
There's been some discussion about fencing. Do you have any plans to install fencing?
for like construction fencing or
No, just regular fencing?
the proposed site plan shows I think it's a 4-foot or 5-foot fence along this current concrete curbing on the left, just to break up the lot. That's the city lot from what would be the driveway to get
Yep.
into this. Some lighting was gonna go on it. It's not like a large 8-foot stockade fence or anything like that. It's just to break it up and clean it up.
At this point in time, I have no further questions. Thank you very much for your answers.
Anything else from Councilor Farias or Hart? Okay. Mr. Goodman, is there anything you wanted to add, or Director Reyes, is there anything you wanted to add?
Just a reminder to the public, there is a public hearing today at the 7 o'clock. Council allows the general public to come and speak on behalf of this proposal as well.
Yes, and I was going to encourage Mr. Goodman, if you can, to hang around and listen. It can't hurt to hear the feedback. And with that, I guess I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved?
Motion to adjourn?
All in favor? Aye.
Councilor Muller, this will also be emailed to all the city council members as well.
Thank you.
So just for people's edification, there is going to be, it's right here, a public hearing to discuss the Golden Street parking lot shortly after the meeting at 7 o'clock starts. The time right now is 6:17. The next meeting that's scheduled to take place this evening is at 6:30, and that will be an administration committee meeting. And I believe the members of that committee are, the chair is President Pro Tem Hart, myself, and Councilors Cluett, correct? Thank you.
The time is 6:32, and we'll bring the Administration Committee meeting to order. Is there public comment for admin? All right. Well, this is a pretty straightforward agenda. I have 3 appointments to present here. No public comment.
You know that?
Yeah, she's,
Okay.
yeah, we're good on public comment. And I just wanted to acknowledge committee members, Cluette and President Sadi, and my fellow counselor Farias, and the mayor is here. And so I would like to move from the chair that the city council appoint, that we recommend the city council appoint Jonathan Kirkland as an alternate member of the Citizens Advisory Committee for a 3-year term.
Second.
Is there any discussion on this appointment? Seeing none, I will move for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Unanimously approved.
Mr. Chair.
Congratulations, Mr. Kirkland.
I'd like to make a motion as the city council approve Dominic Griffin as an alternate member of the Park and Rec Commission for a 3-year term.
So moved. Is there a second?
I would second that, yes.
A motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this appointment? Hearing no discussion, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimously recommended. Thank you so much. Mr. Cluett, do you have a motion?
I move that we,
Do you want to make a third motion?
I'm sorry, yeah, I beg your pardon. I move that we recommend that the city council appoint David Isco as a member of the Pedestrian Advisory Committee for a 2-year term.
I'll second that. Is Mr.
Is your motion to appoint or to recommend?
I beg your pardon, I stand corrected, appoint.
Thank you. And your second is the same, right, on appoint?
Yes, yep, that is the second. Is there any discussion on this appointment? Okay, hearing no discussion, we'll go to a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that is unanimously recommended. Final motion?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the Administration Committee meeting of August 3rd, 2026.
Second?
Moved and seconded, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We stand adjourned. Thank you. So, yeah, I think...
Date is August 3rd, 2026. I would like to call to order the New London City Council meeting. Clerk Ayala, if you would please take the roll.
President Sadi.
Present.
President Pro Tem Hart. Present. Council Ferris.
Present.
Council Cluett.
Present.
Council Muller.
Present.
Council Dominguez Jr.
Present.
Council Peck. Present. All present.
Thank you. At this point in time, I would just like to take a point of personal privilege and welcome Councilor Farias back from her 3-week hiatus for a honeymoon. Congratulations, and congratulations on your wedding. The good old days. Okay, at this point, I'd like to call upon Councilor Cluett to lead us in the prayer and pledge of allegiance. Please rise.
As we gather tonight to work on community issues impacting all people living in New London, I ask that we pause for a moment to think about individuals and families being targeted and treated unfairly by the ending of the federal temporary protected status. People who came to this country and this city in good faith, like many before them, including my ancestors, to build a better life, who came to work hard to contribute to their families and to this community. Many who have become nurses and doctors and teachers and information technology experts and entrepreneurs, now they are threatened in a manner that does not help them or this community. Now so many being treated in a cruel and callous manner, not reflective of our nation's core values. In the spirit of prayer, then, let us remember from the Hebrew Bible in Exodus, "You shall not wrong or oppress a stranger." And from the New Testament in Matthew, "For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you welcomed me." Let us reflect and find the strength to take action to keep friends and neighbors impacted by this misguided federal approach. Let's keep them safe and welcomed. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Prometo lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación ante Dios indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you, Councilor Cluett, for that very insightful prayer. At this point in time, I would like to call the public hearing to order, discussion on the Golden Street parking lot. We did have a presentation. So if the proposed owner would like to come forward, I don't know if he wants to make any presentation at this point in time or not. There are no people to address the public with public speaking. Okay. Thank you very much for all the information that you provided earlier. As I said, the sign-up sheet for the speakers list, public hearing, Golden Street parking lot, dated August 3rd, 2026 at 7 p.m. There are no names. So I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, so voted. Public hearing is closed. Moving on to 4.0, the minutes of the previous meeting. I'll entertain a motion to accept.
Second.
Motion by Hart, seconded by Muller. I believe that everybody should have a copy of the minutes, would have received them either in a packet and/or telephonically, or... Okay, a motion's been made and seconded. Are there any motions? Are there any amendments? And I apologize for using the word telephonically, I meant electronically. Anyways, no motions to amend? Okay? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So voted, I believe. Okay, so we have 6 yes, 1 abstention, because Counselor Ferris, you were not at the last meeting, correct? Okay, so moving on to 5.0, and the first part of 5.0A is public comment for August 3rd, 2026. What I would ask is that please use your time productively. We are not here to attack the administration and/or the sitting councilors. Each person, please come forward, you state your name, your address, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. First on the speakers list is Michael Duffy.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Michael Duffy. I live at 6 Redding Ave. I'm the Alpha Tenant Union Vice President of Chapter 21 here in New London. There's an ordinance to hold landlords accountable for the upkeep of their properties. We've been trying to get our landlord, Tyler Smith, who's the CEO of Alpha Capital Funds, to fix our building. The landlords, they got good landlords out there, but Tyler Smith is making them look bad by the way they're running their buildings. So everybody's attacking all landlords. The problem is that the landlords who are not upkeeping their buildings are not being held responsible by New London. They need to understand that you come into New London and you buy properties, it's your responsibility, whether you want it or not, to fix them properties. I sit outside my door. I was sitting out there yesterday, drinking my coffee, having a cigarette, and pieces of the sidewalk on top of me were falling on my head. We brought that to the property manager. He said, "Oh no, this building inspector passed it. The building's perfect. The stairs in the front, down the whole middle, is going like this in a V." Oh no, there's nothing wrong with it. They went and put new railings up. They didn't fix the issue. The steps, the landing in the back, that goes upstairs. All they did was put some braces on the bottom step. They didn't fix the issue. Every step in our building, even the fence, the parking lot, everything is deteriorating, and nobody seems to be doing nothing about it. Nobody's holding Tyler Smith accountable for his actions. You got Tyler Smith coming into New London, changing building names like 183 Broad Street, which is now 183 William Street, and it was never officially done. He did it because it faces William Street. That's not how New London is supposed to run. There's ordinances and policies in place for them to follow. And he's acting like he's above the law. And you can look at his videos, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, whatever. And all he does is brag of how he's kicking people out of their homes, how there's nothing anybody can do to make him do anything about these properties. And all we're asking is to come fix our properties, hold them accountable for their actions. They have a 46-page lease. If you go on your portal, they want you to hit submit. The minute you hit submit, that 46-page lease is automatically e-signed. We don't know what's on the lease. We know parts of what's on the lease, like trying to hold tenants accountable for an empty oil drum. If the oil goes empty, he wants to charge every tenant $250. If it gets damaged, he wants to charge the tenants. If my toilet bowl breaks, he wants to charge the tenants. He'll charge me $75 for the phone call and then charge me for whatever it costs to replace the toilet. Like yesterday, I had a conversation with Yuri Mateo, the property manager. He told me that there's no mold in my building. In my bathroom, behind the wall, it seeps into it seeps out of the wall. And I constantly take a toothbrush and bleach the heck out of that area. But yet there's no mold. It was brought up before to them, but, they think they're above the law. And right now, by their actions,
Excuse me 1 minute. Clerk Ayala, did you say time? Okay. I apologize, but your time is up, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much, though.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Bailey. I live at 6 Redden. I live in the same building as Michael Duffy that Tyler Smith bought. I used to also live in another building Tyler Smith bought, and that's why I'm living in this one. And I think this is, I'm trying to keep it PG, by the way, because I'm actually extremely angry at this situation. I'm seeing a really disturbing trend in this country right now where people think it's okay to, I don't know, just increase the price of everything just because they want to. And I mean that in a way that's, if you buy everything, you determine what the price of something is. And what Tyler Smith and many other landlords, I'm using landlords in air quotes because they're not really landlords, they're just investment firms. They're just here to take advantage of people. That's all they're here for, is money. They offer nothing to this city, town, state, country. They're just here to exploit people. I mean, if you want proof, Michael will also confirm this, the online listings that they've used for our building are AI generated, meaning the pictures don't actually look like what the property is in physical real life. They don't look at all the same. So, but I just want to reiterate, does anyone ever play Monopoly? Does anyone know the rules to Monopoly? The rules to Monopoly are when someone buys, or when someone takes advantage of everything, just, you take the housing, you take the resources, you take everything. That's the rules to Monopoly. One person ends up with everything, and everyone else is angry. That's really all I have to say. I mean, I could say it 1,000 different ways, but that's currently where this country is going. So.
Next on the list would be C.J.
C.J. Parker, 35 Jenner Street. I'm here to speak in opposition to the implementation of additional traffic cameras. Not because I don't prioritize safety, but precisely because I do. Safety is the primary concern of many of us here tonight. How we achieve it is where we often diverge. Safety requires being proactive. I'm not safe from something if it cannot be prevented. As long as streets are designed for speed, as long as the majority of people are reliant on driving a personal vehicle, as long as profits supersede people, I'm at risk of harm. Simply put, cameras cannot physically prevent danger on our roads. Public transit and safely designed streets can better accomplish this. Cameras are also cannot meaningfully address some of the other causes of traffic perils, such as driving while intoxicated. Plenty of studies and statistics point to the viability of robust public transit as a contributor to safer roads. United States public transportation infrastructure cannot compare to most countries in Europe, for example, and neither can our road safety. Compared to Western Europe, the United States per capita traffic deaths are at best twice as bad as the worst performing country of Portugal, and up to 7 times as high as those of the United Kingdom, and 10 times as high as Norway. Safety in all facets of life requires the resolution of the root cause. We deserve better infrastructure. We deserve safety. Increased surveillance will not accomplish both. Considering no company can guarantee complete cybersecurity, all data is vulnerable. Furthermore, the incentive to profit is ever pervasive when it comes to our data. Our personal information has been commodified in the name of expanding profit margins. The trading of consumer data is a multi-billion-dollar industry expected to exceed a market capacity of $500 billion. Why should the decision makers of New London place us on a path in which ICE or corporations striving to implement dynamic pricing can buy access to your constituents? Despite any fallacy of, well, people are already on camera or sign up for subscriptions, websites, etc., those subscriptions and memberships are voluntary and accompanied by agreements. Data breaches are also subject to class action lawsuits. What is New London's liability in this instance? Either way, just because something is the way it is or has been a certain way, also known as the appeal to tradition, this is a complete logical error and should never be used as justification for a harmful status quo. After all, the traditions of this country have been and continue to be theft, slavery, and genocide. For anyone who believes all issues are not intersectional, especially being from a community as diverse as New London, then I cannot change what your eyes refuse to see. Racism connects to classism, sexism, xenophobia, ageism. Access to education connects to employment, healthcare, housing, well-being, and safety. These cameras connect us to danger. We have alternatives that can yield safety without requiring us to surrender our privacy or benefit fascism. Thank you.
Next will be Leonard Lowe. Please come forward, state your name and your address. You have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Leonard Lowe, and I live at 551 Pequot Avenue. Thank you very much for hearing me today. Will somebody please explain to me how speed cameras on Highway 32 will stop speeding on 1 Ocean Avenue, Montauk Avenue, and especially Pequot Avenue, where we have an abundance of walkers, joggers, dog walkers, cyclists, baby carriages, etc. How will the speed cameras stop the people from going straight onto Bank Street from the left turn lane at the corner of Banks and Tilly? How will speed cameras ease the congestion at the intersection of Banks, Montauk, and Ocean Avenue? Will somebody please explain how will the speed cameras stop the unsafe conditions when 18-wheelers are parked in front of the restaurants on Pequot Avenue, causing me to break the law to go around the 18-wheelers that are parked there, and there is no traffic control? I believe your job as members of the City Council is to protect the citizens. We do not need speed cameras. We need law enforcement, traffic control, traffic law enforcement. It is your job, it is the mayor's job, it is the council person's job, it is the chief of police's job to ensure that the public is safe. And I have another issue which I would like to discuss, or I would like for you to discuss. Recently, well, my family's going to kill me when they hear about this, the Maritime Association is going to have the Maritime Festival on the 11th of September, the 11th through the 13th of September. That happens to be the second holiest weekday of the Jewish calendar. The Jews of New London have contributed heartily to the culture of this community. I don't think there's any long-time member of City Council who has not purchased a pair of Levi's from Marcus, or their baby clothes came from the juvenile shop, or been to the Lyman Allen Museum where Jews contributed. And to have this holiday, Maritime Festival, on Jewish New Year is a slap in the face to the Jewish community. You would not have it on Easter Sunday or Good Friday. Thank you very much for your consideration.
John Kirkland.
Good evening. My name is John Kirkland. I live at 71 Stewart Avenue. We're back here less than a year after to relitigate this flawed automated enforcement concept. At its core, the ordinance is a regressive tax. It's a socioeconomic trap, and New London's median household income at about $60,000. That is about $30,000 less than the state average. We are a working poor city. A mandatory flat rate fine takes that same amount of cash, somebody living paycheck to paycheck, as it does from anybody else, punishing those households, i.e. your residents, that live here. Earlier this year, the mayor took a principled stand against imposing regressive taxes on our working families, so thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. As you recall, during your budget speeches, you were absolutely against any regressive tax. However, this vendor-driven camera contract is a regressive tax on our citizens. Let's look at the actual data for Route 32. I am sure that you guys got the scare tactics earlier. It's a state road meant for regional transit, not local tax harvesting. In a normal year, that stretch averages about 40 to 45 accidents, and that's over the last 5 years. But in 5 months of data that I was able to pull from publicly available data, we're on pace for just 24 to 28 accidents on Route 32, and there's not a single traffic camera in sight. So we're well below our historical baseline so far, and we survived through this winter. Furthermore, public data shows the exact corridor logged a mere 46 traffic stops out of almost 2,000 that the city made. 46. That's less than 3% of the city stops happen on Route 32. So there's no interest in policing Route 32. There's interest in collecting money from Route 32. But to steal a line from the Board of Ed, did you know that 53% of all Route 32 crashes were rear-end collisions? I know whenever I see the camera warning sign or I see the police sitting on the side of the road lined up for a speed trap, what's my natural reaction, regardless of my speed? 1 minute. I tap my brakes. I'm sure that you guys do too. I wonder what causes rear-end collisions? Unexpected braking? We're going to set ourselves up for that? If speeding were a true public safety crisis, we wouldn't be hunting for vendor cash grabs. We would implement the SCCOG Route 32 corridor study that was completed. I wish I would have printed that out. I think it was completed about 5 or 6 years ago. Instead, we're looking at outsourced enforcement. Harvesting automated tickets is a whole lot easier than building the real infrastructure that would fix that 1940s designed roadway. And finally, let's look at the legal instability across the state. Even legislators pulling back during this session's House proceedings, House Bill 5464, lawmakers explicitly stripped out sections 15 through 18, wiping out the proposed state highway automated speed camera pilot program entirely because of due process and legal overreach were too severe. If we're serious about safety, we choose engineering, transparency, and accountability, not automated surveillance that turns our streets into toll roads. Protect our community and reject this ordinance. Thank you.
Mr. Kirkland, I would like to give you some time to also speak about Military Appreciation Day.
Mr. Lee McCready is going to speak to the...
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Actually, then, next on the list is Lee McCready.
Good evening, everyone. Lee McCready, 44 Lincoln Avenue. Thank you, John, for letting me speak. I already handed out to everybody. I thought it was important to hand it out instead of wasting everybody's time handing out paperwork. But Military Appreciation Day is coming up on the 15th on Saturday. You also have it in your email if you don't want to look at the paperwork handed you. But Military Appreciation Day, 5K run, and then if anyone wants to be a vendor, being a vendor is free. The only rules is you cannot compete with Ocean Beach in selling food, the same food that Ocean Beach sells. After talking with Councilor Cluett, I want to get all of you to come down and have a conversation with a vet. Just come down and get a story from a vet. We're fantastic people, well, most of us, maybe not me included, but most of us. Just come down and collect some stories. That's all I want you to do. Come down and meet your constituents, people from visiting out of town, veterans. Just come down and get a story from one of us. That's all what I ask. Thank you very much.
Next will be Jason Morris.
Good evening, councilors. So, my name is Jason Morris, 98 Bank Street. I appreciate your attention this evening. I've been pretty burned out on activism for a long time, and I hate that I am burned out, but some things still get me in these benches and in this seat. Tonight, I have two issues: the traffic cameras and the criminalization of poverty and homelessness. About these traffic enforcement cameras, I'm a 15-year Navy veteran. I left as an IT submarines and specialized in security. Since then, I continued to work in the tech sector for 12 years, and I've constantly been disappointed by the creep of public surveillance. We've been here before, but now our numbers have to grow. See us in white to keep pressuring this to go away. What has changed since last time this unnecessary expansion of surveillance was voted down? Another presentation by the chief or the company selling the product? We already have several ideas to reduce speeds, my favorite being urban planning. Squeeze the intersections at crosswalks, add bike lanes, expand the water taxi, this is a crazy idea I came up with, expand the water taxi into a to and from work option for EB. No need to expand the surveillance in our small city. What about the fact that we're obviously within 100 miles of the border, which means federal authorities can request any data we produce for immigration enforcement? Who's going to stand in the way of this data leaving the city for immigration enforcement? Who would do that? The fusion centers created by the Patriot Act still exist, and they can ask for it too. This is unnecessary as a permanent measure and unnecessary as a pilot program. Lastly, as for the ordinance change in CAM 7.2, making sitting in front of a commercial zone property an offense to be fined, $99 for the first time, $200 for the second time, $200 for the third time, that part is just gross to me. Section B makes sense. Don't obstruct an entrance. That's common sense changes. But I'm so tired of seeing the ye old war on poverty actually mean criminalization of poverty and criminalization of homelessness, finding people who don't have that money in the first place. That's not going to make it go away. Thank you.
Next is Mackenzie.
Mackenzie Mativier, 96 State Street. New London has employed ALPRs since 2022. While we have no evidence yet that the material collected by these cameras is being used to track migrants, abortion seekers, and the overall movement of residents, we also have zero evidence that they are not being used to track individuals, and no assurance that they will not be in the future. 28 days ago, I filed a Freedom of Information request to obtain our contracts, data storage and sharing policies, and communications regarding and surrounding our surveillance cameras here in town. Results are supposed to be provided in a timely manner, which has not been followed through with. Last week, my NLPD FOI portal account was mysteriously removed. After a few hours, Carrie Lynch was able to reinstate my account. But how did it get deleted in the first place? Perhaps the timeline of this all would not be so frustrating and perplexing if the town was not actively discussing the installation of additional cameras. It is true that these cameras are not typical ALPRs. Supposedly, the major difference is that the new cameras would be specifically for the purposes of traffic safety enforcement. This may be true, but these exact offenses are also used in the appeals for ALPRs. As noted by opposition to the installation of these cameras, the deployment of 5 cameras could cost the city $150,000 in vendor fees each year and could pose equity issues, as the deployment of these cameras could impose upon low-income residents a regressive tax. Additionally, even if these cameras are not ALPRs in function, this could change. These large tech companies are constantly working to adjust and retrofit existing technological surveillance networks to become more formalized, to share key information, tracking the daily actions of every single person residing within our borders. Sure, cross-camera controls is not synonymous with Axis, and Axis is not synonymous with Flock. But what is undeniable is the massive nationwide push for local governments to track our every move, and to share that between departments and with the federal government. All over the country and the state, individuals who have requested freedom of information requests from their governments, after being told point blank that there was no consorting with federal bodies like the FBI or DHS, find that their suspicions and fears were entirely founded, that they were misled by their leadership. We know for a fact that the results of the Freedom of Information request in Windsor on this very topic resulted in exactly that. Proof that federal agencies were regularly searching these cameras. Why should we assume that anything will be different here in New London? What precedent are we setting if we allow more surveillance of this kind? As Chief Wright stated in the City Council meeting last September, the goal was to start on the lower end and then work to increase the number of cameras. So while the city closes an elementary school, we spend more funds to increase surveillance and policing. We need to band together as the working people of New London and surrounding areas to say that we refuse to be surveilled, we refuse to be ignored, that we reject the lack of transparency in these matters, that we refuse to be part of a growing system that infringes on the freedom of movement, a human right, and consistently targets immigrants at high capacities. We do not need more cameras. We need answers and true protection of those the most at risk right now in our community. Thank you.
Emma Miller.
Hi, my name is Emma Willer. I live at 17 Golden Street. I've lived in New London for 5 years. Didn't grow up here, but chose to live here. Really like it here. Work at the Gard Art Center, volunteer at a local art gallery. I'm a musician. I've played around town. You might have seen me play. So thanks for letting me speak. I appreciate it. If you haven't seen, there's a recent nationwide, statewide here in Connecticut movement against automatic license plate readers. Flock is like the main company that is out, that the name is out there. We don't have Flock here in New London. We have Cross Camera Control, I believe it's called, which is under Axis. And people have already, and I know the cameras being proposed are speed traffic cameras, technically not automatic license plate readers, but they are cameras, and they take pictures of license plates automatically. People have already expressed very well why these cameras aren't the most efficient way to address speeding in our community, so I'm not going to go over that again. However, cameras are surveillance. How are we supposed to believe that these cameras won't be used against our community when it's been seen in towns here in Connecticut, Windsor, Farmington? We have folks from Windsor here today supporting us. It's been found through FOIAs that police officers are using these cameras to track their girlfriends, to track their boyfriends. These cameras are being used to track women seeking abortion care from states where they can't receive that care. They're being used to track immigrants who are just going through their daily lives, trying to make it here in America. I mean, we had the beginning of this council meeting, we talked about the importance of our immigrant community. How are we supposed to believe that these cameras, that are cameras taking pictures of license plates, aren't going to be used against us? The issue is surveillance. The issue is police repression. The issue is not treating our immigrant neighbors like human beings. Thank you. That's it.
Ari Coleman.
Good evening, council members. My name is Elise Coleman. I'm on the board of directors of the REACH Fund, which is the only abortion fund in the state of Connecticut. And I'm here to represent the board tonight to ask the council to show restraint with automatic license plate readers. We think these cameras give too much power to people who would abuse it. We've seen that police in red states are using them to track abortion seekers coming to Connecticut. We do not want ICE stalking our neighbors, and we've seen about 24 officers arrested for using flock cameras to stalk their intimate partners or their new partners. We've seen many people flagged and arrested for crimes that they did not commit. So for those of you saying, if you didn't do anything wrong, then why are you scared? That's what we're afraid of. I am not against public safety because I've been all over this state and some of y'all drive crazy. But I do not feel safer because of these cameras. We live in a time where fascism is here. The Trump administration has directed the Justice Department, the FBI, and lots of other federal agencies to target people with certain beliefs who are anti-American, by which they mean anti-Christian or just not Christian, queer, seeking gender-affirming care, pro-immigrant, pro-black, or anti-fascist. These people like me, in other words. So I do not feel safe with these ALPRs out here. And for those who say, you know, we have a restriction on tracking abortion seekers with these cameras, I'll remind you that the abortion seeker in question was being tracked as a missing person, not necessarily for that law, but the point is we don't always know the intent behind these searches. 1 minute. Thank you. What I'm saying is the fascism is here, and it may be a bigger problem than just the New London City Council, but the least we can do is not help grease the wheels of authoritarianism for them. Thank you for letting me speak tonight.
Jessica McCready. Is Jessica McCready?
I apologize, I didn't hear. Jessica McCready, 44 Lincoln Avenue, New London. The main reason I'm here speaking tonight is to ask about the funding that's going to be moved for the community center. There was not a lot of information in the packet, and a brand new building needing over $600,000, of maintenance seems a bit daunting, so I was hoping that you guys could maybe ask a few questions about that. Secondly, I have mixed feelings about the cameras, and I'm just going to throw some things out there. I am primarily in favor of them, which I'm sure is getting some looks behind me at this very moment, but we're all concerned about surveillance and being out there, and I watched people take pictures of people in the gallery tonight, and not everybody in the gallery has given permission to be photographed. We are all on camera right now, on Zoom, live, and this Zoom recording will be out there forever. We are all out in the public. And the next thought I have about cameras is the moment any of us get into an accident, get hurt, fall down, have an injury, see something happen, the first thing we do is go to everybody and say, do you have camera footage? Did you get that? Can you share that with me? So we all want camera access when we need it. Part of my concerns that I had about cameras were addressed when I spoke directly with Chief Wright. I went to the source, I got the information, I had a conversation, and a lot of how I felt was put at ease just in that active conversation. So I do value everything that I've heard tonight. I think there are some very legitimate concerns, and I do hope that everyone's needs are addressed, but there are definitely two sides to this conversation. So thank you.
Murray Renshaw. Please come forward, sir. Murray? Okay, so here. Please state your name, your address, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Murray Renshaw, 247 Shaw Street, New London, Connecticut. I heard some dynamic speeches tonight. Well, from what I could hear, the acoustics in this place stink. I couldn't hear a thing. These guys, I don't agree with most of these people, but I would like to have heard what they said. And every time I come here, I got the same complaint. You guys can hear fine. We can't hear, well, I don't know. My hearing's gone. I don't know how you people hear, but I couldn't hear anything. That's how I want to start out, Mr. Chairman. I'm here tonight to support the speed cameras. Thank you, Council, for letting me speak. I came here tonight to support the installation of speed cameras on Route 32. Personally, I think they should eventually be used in many high-risk areas, including local roads, major highways, but tonight we're only talking about Route 32, the way I understand it. Now, the gentleman that I could hear in the purple had a tremendous speaking voice. I concur with him as well. We need more police protection. We need to support our police department. But tonight, the issue is the speed cameras. Sorry to get off on a tangent. I speed on Route 32 most of the time because I'm trying to keep up with the flow of traffic. And the truth is, most of us exceed the speed limit at one time or another, and probably more often than not. Most of you, if you're human beings, exceed the speed limit. We're all going too fast today. We need to slow it down. Whether you're on Pequot Avenue, Howard Street, Ocean Avenue, Boston Post Road, or Route 32, we're all speeding, including you, Mr. Chairman. That's exactly why this issue matters. The question before us isn't whether people speed. 1 minute. 1 minute already?
Yes, sir.
I want a couple more. I'm not going to get out here until I'm finished here. I think your time is up. No, I didn't speak for 3 minutes. I indulge you, Mr. Chairman, let me finish this thing. At the last meeting, Chief Wright gave a detailed presentation explaining this proposal. I'll admit, there was a lot of technical information, so I decided to keep it simple. KISS, keep it simple. He addressed the legal issues. He told you, answered every question that anybody had of him, and he gave a good presentation. Tonight, the decision is only about installing automatic traffic enforcement devices on Route 32. Those are not flock cameras. They are not license plate readers. Under Connecticut law, they may only be used to identify speeding violations under the local ordinance. They cannot be used for general surveillance or unrelated law enforcement, as the chief reported. The devices provide 24-hour enforcement without tying up police officers, allowing them to focus on other issues, important issues. There is also an objective and fair system. According to the police chief, and I believe him. I have tremendous confidence in Chief Wright. He's been a good chief.
Time.
I'll take it a couple of minutes. They are the professionals we ask to protect our community every day. I believe we should trust their judgment and support their proposal. At the end of the day, it's not about generating revenue, it's about preventing crashes and safety. It's really not a political issue, it's a common sense issue. Please support the speed cameras and support our police chief and the department. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up is Rona Stuhler. Please state your name, your address, and you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Yep. Rhonda Steller, 19 Evergreen Avenue. I'm here to speak about item 7.3 on the agenda. None of us can get away from the fact that today's drivers seem more than ever impatient and prone to speeding and other reckless actions. But I can't help but wonder whether the proposed speed cameras are really the best way to slow traffic down, or are they primarily an income stream for the city without solving the fundamental problem? I'm going to focus more narrowly on street safety. It's important to understand that driving speed is influenced much more by a street's design, engineering, and condition than the numbers on a street limit sign. Think about Howard Street relative to Shaw Street, and some other spots where the city has same speed limit on streets, but different size lanes, different visual clutter, speed bumps sometimes, curb cuts. They all affect driving. And New London has successfully implemented some of these strategies. The roundabout at Chester and Jefferson, Hempstead Street, the raised lane dividers, speed bump on Pequot Avenue, and narrowing of the lanes on Sherman Street to where if 2 cars are parked and 2 cars are, coming towards each other, they go very slowly. These solutions are not always popular, but they tend to be pretty effective, and there's no reason why they couldn't be used on Route 32 as well as on other city streets. It's easy to be seduced by technology because technology can make jobs easy that are really hard for us to do otherwise, like monitoring the speed of a lot of automobiles, but without absolute assurance that safeguards are in place, premature adoption of these technologies can bring unintended consequences or hidden potential uses that put our population at risk. Please consider carefully the long-term results, implications of what decisions you are making here today. Thank you.
Alex Lockhart.
Evening, Alec Lockhart, 461 Bank Street. I wanted to discuss a topic from the last meeting, about the use of the reverter clause on a brownfield site. I understand very well that was a split decision with pretty strong arguments on both sides. I understand that Councilor Muller expressed how this is an abnormal situation that would be giving up the city's control over this property in the case that a project doesn't go through. And I also understand the mayor's and Director Reyes's point that while the reverter clause exists, that this project can't get any funding and it leaves us at an impasse. So with that, I just would like the council to readdress this issue and fall firmly on one side or the other, either get rid of the reverter clause and allow the market to do the property as it will, or entertain the full possibility of using the clause and then taking on the duty of remediating that site and getting it up to a buildable point of view. leaving it in the middle where you have the reverter clause but don't intend to use it kind of seems to me like you're standing on the center of a railroad track and can't pick which side to get off of. Mostly, either way, I don't know enough about it, which one's the best decision, but I think either of those decisions are better than the middle choice one. Additionally, since the topic of the cameras is coming up, there was a submarine IT who spoke earlier. I am a submarine officer, and I would like to vouch for his expertise. The security threat from having that data go back out cannot be understated. Understand that laws prevent the use of this for actions other than speed enforcement. Also understand that not everybody is subject to U.S. laws and might still have access to that data. It outlines up another vulnerability that does not seem smart to me. Thank you.
Spencer Jones. Do I have a speaker, Spencer Jones? Please state your name, your address, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Spencer Jones, 448 Montauk Avenue. I am here to talk about the automated license plate readers as well. There are better ways to reduce reckless driving and slow cars down without sacrificing our privacy. And we already know it works because we've done it here, right? And this is the list of improvements the town has already built, including the medians near the senior center, the barriers at Plant Street and Montauk, the raised crosswalks downtown, and even the upcoming work at Willett and Montauk that was just discussed last month. These pilots prove the concepts work, but though for now they are just isolated areas of safety, they're just pilots. Now, according to our police department, there were 71 car accidents in July alone. That is more than 2 a day. Now, our officers spend valuable time responding to car accidents that are preventable rather than doing the meaningful community policing that we would like them to do. And the accident stat does not mean that traffic calming has failed. Rather, it means that a handful of pilot projects are not enough. And we need more of this infrastructure, much more. We need daylighting on Pequot. We need chicanes, we need curb bulb outs, protected bike lanes, and more scaled across New London, not cameras. Traffic calming builds healthier, happier communities. When our streets feel safer, more families choose to walk and bike, they interact more with their neighbors, and they support local businesses. Because instead of just driving through, they're more likely to stop and shop. Now, if we want to distinguish New London as a walkable, vibrant town, we should keep building safe streets, not take an easy way out and installing license plate readers. Thank you.
Justice Fletcher.
Hello, Justice Fletcher, 45 Mechanic Street, Norwich, Connecticut. Good evening. In regards to tonight's vote around the ATESD proposal, plenty of people have laid out for you all the ways we do not and cannot trust our information will be secured. We are currently living under a fascist regime, so I understand there is a lot of pressure to conform. If you don't know a lot about fascism, the line is always moving. Just throwing that out there. I also understand that our shared definition of safety has been compromised and toyed with since the beginning of government. I know a lot of what you guys do here is choose between A or B, but I have to strongly urge you to wake up and realize you are much more free than you think. On the issue of public safety, please be willing to do the hard work to find a better way to make our communities safe. Do not accept easy answers. This is an easy answer. A big red flag for me personally is the definitive language being used around this issue. You guys are telling us things like they cannot be used for facial recognition or they will not be used as a means of generating revenue, but both the past and the present prove that funds can be reallocated, taxes can go up, new bills can be put up, or worse, hidden inside of larger bills. You just cannot guarantee us of anything. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the people that have signed up to speak. I do have a request from a resident and constituent to the New London City Council. Please read info into the public record, August 3rd, 2026, regarding 7.3 actions of public safety from Abner Gregory, 236 Hempstead Street, New London, Connecticut. No to speed cameras. Primary concerns, issuing tickets to vehicles registered to owners rather than the actual driver. Disappropriately penalizing low-income households. Cities treat these cameras as a money grab to pay city budgets rather than genuine traffic safety. Government overreach, data being misused. Low limit justifications, setting artificially low speed limits on local roads, solely to increase the number of automatic citations, equipment ticketing errors. Many states and local levels, governments have enacted legislation prohibiting the use of speed cameras, as noted by the Governor's Highway Safety Association. 10, due process versus convenience, delayed ticketing through the mail, prevents proper confrontation of evidence and timely notification. 11, companies do not care about public safety, all they care about is revenue. As soon as the revenue starts coming in, they get hooked and dependent upon the revenue. It gets hard to get control of the cameras. No to speed cameras in your community of New London. Respectfully, Abner Gregory. So, I do have one other request from somebody who forgot to say something, but my apologies to that individual. Not only were you afforded extra time, but you are given one opportunity, so my apologies for that. Okay, moving on then to 5.0B, which is petitions. We have received no petitions at this meeting, and so I will turn us next to 5.0C, which is response to public comment. Is there anybody on my right that would like to respond? Councilor Peck.
Thank you, President Sadi. I just want to thank everybody for coming out and taking the time to speak, and that's all I'm going to say today on this, because I'm sure the speed camera cam will be pulled, and I'll dive in more then. So thank you all.
Thank you. Councilor Muller. And to my left, Councilor Cluett.
Just want to thank everyone for coming out, and I thought there were some very important comments made on the issue of the automatic license plates readers, and I appreciate people coming out on both sides of that. Thank you.
President Pro Tem Hart.
Yes, thank you. I am eager to discuss the merits of the issue when we get there, but I do have to say I'm impressed by both the diligence of this large and diverse group that came out, the measured nature of their response, and the nuance with which they discussed the issue. I commend everybody who came out to speak, and you're very well organized.
And Councilor Farias.
Thank you, everyone, for coming out and for really showing what it's like to exercise your rights as citizens of this city. And I hope that we continue to see you all stand up when decisions are being brought up that does impact your day-to-day well-being, And I look forward to discussing this issue because I know that it will be pulled. So thank you for coming out.
Again, thank you all for coming out. It's great to see. We had this evening over 16 speakers. We had 16 speakers, and we also had one letter read into the record. But again, thank you very much for coming out. Moving forward now to 5.0B, which was reports and communications. First one is City Council Liaison. Again, there is no student liaison to the City Council, and we're still waiting to receive applications. Moving forward then to 5.0D, reports and communications, is the Director of Law. Attorney Lonergan is here, and does anybody have any questions? Hearing none, what I would like to do at this point in time is recognize that we do have our Council Secretary, Jenny Starts, here. We also have the Clerk, Jonathan Ayala, our Mayor, Michael Passero, our Law Director, Jeffrey Lonergan, our Head of Finance, our Director, David McBride, from Office of Economic Development is Rain Dougherty, Chief Brian Wright, and I believe I did see Felix Reyes somewhere. I don't know where he is. And we have a fire official here also, Mayor Passero. Fire. Okay, I apologize. I don't see Chief Scow. Okay, there he is. Yep, thank you very much. Okay, so we have no questions for the Director of Law. We will then move on to council committee reports. I believe, Council Muller, there was a finance committee meeting, and your
That is
report.
correct. President Sadi, we had a finance committee meeting today at 6 o'clock. The subject of the meeting was the Golden Street parking lot. We received a presentation from the potential developer and answered some questions about potential transaction going on there, and we'll see if it turns up on a future city council agenda.
Thank you. And we also had an administration committee meeting, and that would be Chairperson, President Pro Tem Hart.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the meeting, we recommended 3 appointments to boards and agencies. Mr. Kirkland is here tonight. We recommend his appointment to the Citizens Advisory Committee as an alternate, as well as the appointment of Dominique Griffin to the Parks and Rec and David Isco, Pedestrian Advisory Committee. So if they're not pulled, will be on the consent agenda.
Was there a third appointment also?
That was 3, Kirkland, Griffin, and Isco. Yep.
I apologize. Did you say Pedestrian Advisory?
Yes, David Isco, yep.
My apologies.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, so moving on to Mayor's Office of Communications, and then we are going to take a 5-minute recess. Mayor Passero.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of council, and the community and staff. I'll get you to that 5-minute recess quicker. I do want to share some personnel milestones with you tonight. I think it's important to recognize our employees. We have 3 dispatchers who are celebrating their anniversary. Dispatcher Jamie DeGarnia has 12 years of service with us. Dispatcher Amanda Nichols has 2 years of service, and Dispatcher Marie Edgerton has 5 years of service. Congratulations to them. We have 2 police officers celebrating their anniversary. Juan Cruz, 8 years of service, and Alan Teft, 2 years of service. And we have members of the fire department. Firefighter Kevin Costello has reached a milestone of 25 years of service with the city. Greg Cormier also is celebrating his Lieutenant Greg Cormier is also celebrating his 25th anniversary. Diego Barboza, 10 years of service. Evan Giesing, 10 years of service, both firefighters. Our personnel director, Tina Collins' able assistant, Victoria Pruitt, is also celebrating her 10th anniversary. And Josefina Tina Alvarez, our coordinator of youth services, is reached her 5-year milestone, but I might point out that she's been with the Youth Services Department many years longer than that. As you'll recall, we put a number of those positions on as full-time city positions 5 years ago. So they've reached that milestone. That also includes Christine, who we know as Tina Salcedo, who is our early childhood and family program leader. And she's also officially a 5-year, but I believe she has close to 25 years of service with the youth services. So, she just does an amazing job with our young children. And also, I'd like to congratulate Elizabeth Nosir, who has been our economic development coordinator for 11 years. She has retired last month. So. Just two quick announcements, a couple of things going on at Ocean Beach. Tomorrow night is National Night Out. Our police department hosts City Youth down at Ocean Beach. I think this is celebrated throughout the state, at least. I think that New London is blessed to have the greatest venue to be able to host the National Night Out for our youth. So they have access to everything at the park, and there's a great bicycle giveaway at the end of the evening, raffles where they give away many bicycles. And also next Saturday is Out CT's Pride event at the beach. That's an annual event, and they'll have a lot of vendors, entertainment, and it's well attended. It's a well-attended weekend at Ocean Beach. So I'll leave it there unless you have any questions for me.
One question regarding the National Night Out. What did you say the starting time?
5 o'clock, I believe.
5 p.m.? Does anybody on my right have any questions for the mayor and his report? Hearing none, does anybody on my left have none? Okay. The time is now 8:07. What I would like to do is take a 5-minute recess. Aye. Opposed? So voted. You okay? You okay? Nobody knows where Council Dominguez or Council Peck are, huh? Oh, here's Dominguez. I see him. Oh, there we go. Okay, so next on the agenda is consent agenda. Meeting is now 8:14. I'd prefer to wait for Council Dominguez if that's okay.
Yeah, we can.
Once Council Dominguez re-enters, if you'll be up, President Pro Tem Hart.
President. There he is.
Okay, Councilor Dominguez is in the room.
I move the consent agenda 6.0, that the consent agenda proposals set forth at the meeting of August 3, 2026 are either 1, accepted for the record, 2, referred to the committee named, 3, waived from committee to be acted upon as proposed, or 4, consented to as proposed.
Second. Thank you, Councilor Dominguez. So we'll start with 7.0, unfinished business. Please state if you want any of the following items pulled. 7.1A, 7.1B, 7.1C, 7.1D, 7.1E, 7.1F, 7.1G, 7.1H, 7.1I, and 7.1J. Okay, hearing none. Then move forward to 7.2.
Paul Hart.
And 7.3.
Paul Hart.
And 7.4. 7.5. President Pro Tem Hart, is that?
No need to pull that.
No? Okay. 8.0, new business. 8.1, I will pull that. 8.2, I will pull that. 8.3.
Got it?
I'm sorry, that's Councilor Farias?
Yes.
Okay, 8.4, 8.5, I will pull that. 8.6, 8.7 is a tentative agreement with the New London firefighters. I will pull that. We will take that up after an executive session. And 10.0, wait a sec, 9.0, there are no appointments other than what we've heard from committee. And 10.0 executive session, I will pull that. 11.0 will be adjournment, and we'll take that up at the appropriate time. President Pro Tem Hart.
All items having the unanimous support of the City Council are hereby adopted with a single roll call vote. The motions are seconded, the chair calls the roll, and the chair declares the motions to be unanimously voted and adopted.
Thank you. Clerk Ayala, please call the roll.
Councilor Muller.
Yes.
President Sadi.
Yes.
President Pro Temp Hart.
Yes.
Counselor Cluitt.
Yes.
Counselor Peck. Yes. Counselor Dominguez Jr.
Yes.
Counselor Farias.
Yes.
You have 7 yes.
Thank you. Okay, what I would like to do then is move on to 7.2. I believe, Counselor Hart, you pulled that?
I'll move the CAM.
Second.
The City Council approves ordinance 07-06-26-07, an ordinance of the City of New London providing restrictions on the use of sidewalks and obstructing entrances to buildings. The ordinance is given its third reading in the process of passage by title only. All councilors having copies, and the third reading of the subject ordinance is adopted by roll call vote.
Thank you.
The reason I pulled this is because I do still want to address some changes, and specifically, I would like to address any overlapping ordinances and build in a way to repeal those when we pass this. And I do want to have continued conversations with the chief about criminal versus citation, and also with my fellow counselors to help understand exactly how we're using the ordinances and statutes we have, and how that would be different. So the reason I pulled this was so I could entertain a motion to table it until, a finite date. I was thinking the 21st of September, which would give us time to seek some community input, have conversations with the chief, and write amendments.
And so would you prefer to allow other councils to talk, or would you like to make that motion now?
If there's discussion that needs to happen first, I'm happy to do it, but if a motion is ordered, I'm ready to make it.
So you're making a motion to table at this point in time?
Yes, I will make a motion to table until the September 21st business meeting. Oh.
It all depends on whether or not we're going to have a second. And if there's a second and there is no discussion...
I'm happy to hear his comment.
Is there a second to the motion? Again, is there a second to the motion?
I would like to second it after I hear from
Okay, so
Counselor.
there is no second to the motion, so yes, Councilor Dominguez, you do have the opportunity to say
Thank you,
something.
President Sadi. No, I just, this is directly to Councilor Hart, so these discussions, are you just going to have them with, is it with us? Because if not, why you don't put it into Public Safety Committee?
Yeah, so specifically, I had talked with Councilor Mueller before this meeting. I hadn't had a chance to catch up with her over the weekend, but I would like her opinion on how the statutes are being used. And in speaking with the chief this afternoon about another subject, this came up, and, I think he was agreeable to having other conversations. And of course, most importantly, and not least, our colleague Shanika has been not part of these discussions, and I think I'd like to have, some time with her and write some amendments together.
Okay, is there anybody else on this side that needs to make any comments before the second is made? Councilor Peck.
Thank you, President Sadi. I'm just curious why we're doing this, because we had a Public Safety Committee meeting. I am the chair of Public Safety, and we did not have any public comment, and we talked a good lengthy amount of time on this topic, and I just think that, a lot of work was already done. I reached out to the director of the Homeless Hospitality Center, which I was a member of for 9 years, and the director of the Homeless Hospitality Center viewed this ordinance, and her words, she has no problems with it. So working directly with the homeless, that was very reassuring for me, the fact that they did not have a problem with that. So I would ask you, Councilor Hart, to reach out to the director of the homeless shelter so you can hear exactly from her, her take on that. And again, this CAM does not outline or underline anyone that's homeless. But again, whatever you decide to do, I'm sure you'll get support on that side. So, but I'm just curious of why we're doing this.
Thank you. Before I entertain a motion second, Councilor Farias.
Thank you, President Sadi. When this was first brought up, the first meeting, the director of Ledge Light was also present, and that was her first time hearing about this ordinance, once we're having the discussion here at the council meeting. So I do believe that there are still people to follow up with on this conversation. It's not a light topic, and I would appreciate the opportunity to table this, because there's no such thing as doing too much research and too much conversation with people.
President Pro Tem Hart.
Having heard the concerns of my colleagues, I would respectfully, I will resubmit the motion in a moment, because I do think that it's not the type of emergency that requires an action on such and such a date, and I do think that, this part of the conversation is important, and I have amendments to offer, but I have not been able to formulate them yet, so if you'll indulge me, at this time, I'll make a motion, again, to table until the 21st of September.
Council Cluett.
Yeah, I would say, I just would like to add that I have indeed spoken to some of the leaders in the community that work with unhoused and homeless people, and they have some very interesting and thoughtful ideas about this. And with that said, I think the idea of taking more time to look at all of the details on this merit seconding the motion to table.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to table, and we have a second. There is no discussion on that motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 6-1. Okay, let's move on to...
Point of order, that was tabled to September 21, correct? Specifically. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for reminding me of that, Counselor. Okay, move on to 7.3. I believe Counselor Hart pulled that.
Move the CAM.
Second.
The City Council hereby adopts ordinance number 09-15-25-03, providing for the use of automated traffic enforcement safety devices pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 14-307C. The ordinance is given its first reading in the process of passage by title only, all councilors having copies, and the first reading of the subject ordinance is adopted by roll call vote.
Is there a second on the motion? Council, I'm sorry? Okay, thank you. Council Hart, President Pro Tem Hart.
Thank you. So yeah, just to start off discussion on what is a very, sensitive and controversial topic, I want to say first that I had a conversation with Chief Wright today. He was gracious enough to give me some of his time, and we discussed some of the differences between automatic license plate readers and traffic cameras, and I get the sense that, he and I both have a genuine concern for keeping the city of New London safe. I don't question or doubt where he's coming from in his concern. And I think he acknowledges some of the issues with the information safety. So I think, I'm glad to say that we can, disagree about a proposal on the merits without questioning each other's good intent on that. And I'm very glad I heard some of those same nuanced distinctions coming out of the testimony tonight, so I feel like the public is also understanding the difference between the automatic license plate readers and the automatic traffic safety. That being said, the one real deal breaker for me that I just can't get over is the information safety component of it. And the assurances of a corporation are not, worth any more than what they can execute and deliver on. And, somebody made the point that not everyone follows the law. A lot of the things that we are assured on are policy, not concrete technological facts. The fact is that, camera systems can and do get compromised. Data is compromised and breached. It happens all the time, even at the institutions with some of our most sensitive data, medical and credit bureaus, all sorts of really sensitive data gets violated all the time. So if we were to consider a system where we controlled and owned our own data and it stayed here in New London, I might, evaluate that risk differently. But in my evaluation of the risk, it is too great of a risk that someone is going to abuse or take advantage of, or exploit some technical glitch in this system that I'm not ready to give up, that control of our data. So, we all remember back before legalization was thing, they would sell pipes for tobacco use only. But once it left the store, nobody was checking. And I feel like writing at the bottom of this policy that this is for traffic enforcement use only does not necessarily guarantee that someone's not going to sneak in the back door and gain access to it for some other purpose. And I know, there's, state and non-state actors that are interested in doing this, and the consequences for our citizens are very real. And there are other ways to affect traffic safety, so I would like to see a system, I would like to see something done about traffic safety. I would like our partners at the state to do engineering controls on that road, and I would be, fine seeing more patrols if it meant, it kept the speed down, or the radar stations, but I think this is not the right solution. This does not meet the risk-reward trade-off for me, so that's why I'm a no.
Chief Wright, I realize that you're in the audience, and I didn't know whether or not you wanted an opportunity to address the council regarding this motion. Absolutely. Please come forward.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. A few things I'd like to address is the disconnect in understanding what this proposal or this initiative includes. First and foremost, this initiative has nothing to do with LPRs. They're two distinct and separate items. Next, this product or this includes nothing that is sold, created, or maintained by Flock. It is completely independent of that. Next, the notion that this affects household and directly affects New London. The location cited is a transient location. It's not direct on New London, it's residents and visitors. Next, people note that this would have a disparaging or disproportionate effect on individuals from the Black and brown community and immigrants. I take offense to that. Is that subconsciously saying that members of the Black and brown community can't obey the law or follow the law, so we have to be protected against ourselves? I take offense to that. Another notion was set on we're setting speeds limits. No, the speed limits are already set. We're just enforcing the limits to make the roadway safer. I also took note that some of the commentators here that spoke used smartphones. That's hypocritical that we're using technology that allows to be breached, but yet it's appropriate to argue against technology with technology. The other thing I would like to say, every meeting we come into this room broadcasted. No one's authorization is solicited or received to publicly display our images and the information in this meeting. I also noted that pictures were taken, or I should say, correct that, a picture was taken without anyone's consent. That appears to be okay in some situations. The fines mentioned, someone referenced $100, $200. The fees are set and they are nowhere near that amount. The notion of rear-end accidents are caused by people noticing there is a speed trap or officers in the front and slowing down abruptly. If people follow the speed limit, those abrupt stops would not happen, and these rear-end accidents that were referenced would not take place. As I noted last meeting, I understand and I respect and am grateful for the diligence and the professionalism exercised by members of this council. But I would also note, when this conversation first started, there was 2 locations whose public service members thought enough about their communities to exercise diligence. There is now over 15 communities that actively deploy this technology. That is not to note that they are any better or any worse than the City of New London. But what I will note, that I would believe that they had the best intentions of their community, their consumers, and their visitors to their communities to exercise diligence and do their homework, and believed it was okay. I could continue to go on. It was noted that we reference breaches of security, and I believe the term was used, red states. How that correlates to Connecticut, which is predominantly a blue state, and we have legislation which is unequivocated in other communities with the Trust Act to prevent local law enforcement and state officers for getting involved in immigration. It was also noted earlier that when an incident does occur, the first inquiry is, are there cameras? Do you have video of that? But yet, in some incidents, we choose where it's okay to deploy that technology, but in other instances, we do not have. I will conclude, rather than continue to go on, is that understand that this is for a specific location. To expand this program, as was noted before, the same process would have to start from right here, working hand in step in partnership with not only the council, but the community. I would love for us to have this program, and it results in no traffic accidents. I'd be the first one to offer to pull this. This program does not benefit the police department, and the reasons that people may believe that new cars, larger budget, the revenue would go to infrastructure. We noted that we should leave it up to our state partners to do this. I would use the analogy of a sore. You would treat it, you wouldn't let it go untreated until it festers. This is a means to treat the problem of speeding, which costs lives, in advance of me or a member of my department having to knock on a loved one's door, advising them that their loved one is not coming home, which unfortunately we have done because of accidents and fatalities on Route 32. I thank you for your time and your partnership.
So my first question is, please correct me if I'm wrong, the cost of the cameras to the City of New London would be $2,500 per month?
There is no cost to the City of New London.
There's no monthly fee?
There is no cost to the
Okay.
City of New London out of pocket for this
And
program.
then the fees would be, paid to the company would be $15 per citation?
First, $50 with a $15 fee, and the second, which we may not even reach because after 30 days after the adjudication of a case, the data is scrubbed. And I understand that security is a big issue, but that doesn't prevent any of us from going to hospitals which have large security breaches, from having credit cards to having bank accounts. These are the risk of everyday life. No more, no less. And the information is siloed, and we are the main keeper of it. I would not put at risk my reputation or my 32-year career in the City of New London, a city I am grateful for, a career, the ability to support my family over cameras on Route 32. It's not worth it in any means or way.
So if in fact a person in a 30-day time period does go too fast, what would that cost be?
If they get triggered, the camera catches, and I think that's important, the camera is triggered only by violators, meaning if you drive the speed limit, it has no capture of your license plate, and the first offense would be $50 with a $15 service fee. And there is an appeal process which allows a person to contest it. That is the only appropriate way and proper way to have a program, to give an individual the ability to appeal the process.
And what would the second and subsequent fee be, cost be?
If the violate within those 30 days before the first offense is adjudicated, it could be $90.
75 plus 15.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Sada.
In the request, is there a size and color of the signs that are going to be erected to notify people of this camera?
The process starts from the informational campaign, 30 days well in effect before this program even is underway. There will be a public campaign in that. And then even leading up to the camera, actually, there will be signage which is clearly and conspicuously located that you can see.
So the reason I asked the question is that in Providence, Rhode Island, I have noticed, and please don't quote me on the size, but about a 2 or 3 by 3, and I believe they're yellow with black lettering signs. And I believe that they are posted for like 2 or 3 blocks prior to this camera. Whereas in speaking with somebody yesterday, they told me they were issued a citation in Middletown on Route 66, and that those signs were not as big as what I just explained, and that they were also in a white and black color. So in your request, is there a sign, and are there locations where these signs would be posted, for example, every, and I understand on Route 32 there is not a bunch of blocks like there is where I pass them in Providence, but in your information that has been supplied to us, is there any number of signs, well, minimum, 1, 2, 3, or whatever?
There is noted and noticeable signage to lead to that, and I would invite you, if we were to further explore this program, that I would ride in the vehicle with you to see if you could see them, and if you said it wasn't visible, we adjust that and fix that.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions of the chief. Please don't leave just because, Councilor Peck.
Thank you, President Sadi. Through you to the chief. So I just have a question now. Will there be some human component to, monitoring these cameras and things like that? Like, will officers still be used to issue the tickets? So is there any human component?
Yes, a member of the New London Police Department will review any data that's gathered for violators to ensure that the vehicle is the one in question. Basically, it would take a snapshot of your license plate, which I must say is publicly displayed in the rear in front of everyone's vehicle. If it was an invasion of privacy, cars would not have license plates. But the state requires front and rear license plate. That license plates would be captured. It would be confirmed that Connecticut 123 belongs to a red Volkswagen. Connecticut 123 is that vehicle, then the notice sent to the violator, but there is a human component where it's validated.
And I'm glad that you hit on that. So basically, it won't capture the person that's driving, it won't show their face or anything, just the license plate in the back of the car.
Absolutely would not capture the person operating the vehicle.
Because, I mean, as I stated, during public comment, I would wait until now because I knew it would be pulled because this is a hot button issue. And, I'm just kind of confused because like what was stated very eloquently by Ms. Lee McCready, or his wife, sorry, we use this technology every day. I mean, from smartphones to electronic vehicles that track everything that we do. Waymos are now a thing where a lot of young people are using these vehicles. And, you know, a store right here in London uses facial recognition, and I still use that store, and I still see a lot of people going in there. You go to some of the grocery stores here, local, mom and pop, there are cameras on the cash register, so that tells me that people value money more than life. And so there's also doorbell cameras. As people were speaking, I could have swore I heard dings going off for the Ring camera. A lot of those Ring cameras not only, you know, record video, but audio. And a lot of times you could be on a public sidewalk and walking by someone's home, you know, and a doorbell camera goes off and your footage is captured, your audio is captured, what you're saying in private could be shared. You don't know how somebody's going to use it. So, you know, as a person of color, I see nothing wrong with the speed cameras because the camera, as you stated, it doesn't determine a person's race. And for people to say that is kind of hurtful to me because what you're saying is that only people of color and people of economic status, certain economic status, speed more than others. And, you know, I would feel comfortable if people would just be bold enough to say that they're against the police because, in my opinion, part of it is what I see. We have an ordinance asking for more police officers in this city, and part of the reason why we have a hard time hiring police officers is because we don't support them enough. And this is just one tool in the toolbox to help police, because if your child was, you know, hurt or injured or missing, you would want camera footage. We have cameras in schools. If something happens to your kid, parents want to know automatically, I want to see the footage of what happened in the school. So, you know, it's a part of life. We all use ways of electronic payment. Yes, you sign up for it. Yes, you subscribe to it, but that can be stolen at any time, and we still use it because it's convenience. Again, there are cameras everywhere. People take photos. There's some photos being taken here today. No one asked me if they could take a photo. When you're out in public, people are taking photos in restaurants, you know, different places. So I'm just lost. You know, I think that people like to grab taglines and run with it without giving it real thought. And the topic today is about speed cameras, not any other type of camera device. It's about speed cameras. So I could go on, but I'm not. So thank you.
I appreciate everyone in this meeting holding me, the New London Police Department, and the members of the police department to task. That is your duty, that is your obligation, and we want to be held to task. In that same note, I will tell you that this would not be a proposal if I did not think it was in the best interest of our community and our city. I love New London. I love what New London has allowed me to do, and I would do nothing to betray that.
Councilor Dominguez.
Yes, thank you, President, through you to Chief Wright. Chief, thank you for coming up and the list of facts that you ran through. Thank you for stating those. But I have something here that I want to read to you. It says, Middletown Police Chief approved speed camera tickets despite down signage. Would you ever do that?
Excuse me?
Would you ever do something like that, what this chief did over in the Middletown? Let me read it to you again. It says, Middletown Police Chief approved speed camera tickets despite down signage.
No. If signage was down, we would do everything we could do to make sure it got repaired. If that meant calling the company and halting or not seeing fines during that time frame, that would be fair and that would be expected. We're not trying to masquerade or not be transparent about this. We want to be clear, and we want everyone to understand where it is, why it's happening, and how to prevent it being triggered would be driving the speed limit. I would love to be here after a time period saying there's just nothing going on in that location. That would be godsend. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen in my tenure here. I would just ask that we understand the facts and are able to step outside of our feelings about this way or that way and just see for what it is. This is simply a means to help protect those who travel to and from the city of New London.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Council Muller.
Oh, man. Well, I previously voted against this last year. And I am more inclined to vote in favor of it now. The reasons being that, you know, we've discussed a pilot program, we've discussed a specific camera on Route 32. And we've discussed the fact that any expansion of the program would require the police chief to come back to city council and start this process over. And so I'm not sure if my question is for the police chief. I think it's probably for the law director, because in looking at the ordinance, the language of the ordinance itself, in section 2075, subsection C, it says, "The ultimate selection of vendors and awarding of contracts shall be made by a said city department in consultation with the local traffic authority or their designee. All contracts for such devices and directly related ATESD services must be in writing. Upon adoption of this ordinance, the city council's approval authorizes the mayor to execute all such contracts." Can you just give me some assurance that what I'm reading in this ordinance is not that the mayor can then just go sign whatever contract he wants without coming back to city council? Because my vote is 100% hinging on the fact that, my understanding being that whatever process is taking place, and remember, the city council is passing an ordinance right now. The ordinance is going to authorize this activity to go on in our city. We're not currently, as far as I'm aware of, we're not currently voting on a contract with the provider, correct? So,
yeah, just,
yeah,
I didn't want to interrupt you. I didn't have my copy in
That's
front of
okay.
me, so you were reading from a section. If you could just let me know what section.
I'm in 2075 vendors, subsection C. It's the last two or three sentences of that subsection C.
Okay, so this section is basically saying just the procurement procedure and whether or not it conflicts with our current purchasing ordinances and how it's done. So you're focusing on the last second, upon adoption of this ordinance, the city council's approval authorizes the mayor to execute all such contracts?
Yes.
And wondering if
The couple of sentences precede, "The ultimate selection of vendors and awarding of contracts shall be made by the city department in consultation with the local traffic authority or their designee." That would be the chief of police in our situation. "All contracts or for such devices and directly related services must be in writing. Upon adoption of this ordinance, city council's approval authorizes the mayor to execute all such contracts." To me, that states that we're authorizing the mayor to sign the contracts without having to come back to us.
Yeah, as they go through this solicitation process, if the chief, as the local traffic authority, consults and agrees with it, if there were other locations, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm being rude and interrupting you. My next question then would be, and maybe this is for the chief, I don't believe we're voting on a contract with a provider, correct?
No, we have to get the ordinance before we can even step to that portion of it.
But that would be, what would be the logical next step that would come before us, would be the contract for the provider?
The next step, given the time frame, would it be to run additional traffic study in that location to gather additional concrete information? The numbers may be far worse than what they were reported or recorded the last time. Important to know that the state statute in regards that governs this sets a limit at a minimum of 10 miles over the speed limit. We understand that given that locale, there's going to be a learning curve, I think will be the best way to put it. So it won't be 10 miles over, because I think if we were all to participate 24/7, it'd be very difficult to get through all that. The goal is to change behavior and to modify it, but I wouldn't progress on something, that information I got from 2025 when I first sat here. I guess that's the safest way to put it. But this is not for the contract, this is to get the ordinance, and then we would start the process to make sure, is that the exact location that is relevant, which I believe it would be regardless because of the time, but nothing would move forward unless I sat here in front of you lovely people and presented it.
Okay, well, I think because the ordinance survives all of us, most likely, my interest in making sure that the ordinance is written properly, and if we're going to institute it, that we think about what it says, and that I certainly have an understanding of what it says. So right now, as I sit here, and I'm you know, I apologize that this is the first time I read this provision in the paragraph, but I don't have a good level of comfortability about the process, and that the process is spelled out here, that you've described. So I'm having trouble taking what you're saying and seeing how it is reflected in this document. And maybe it's not. Perhaps the law director can assist.
Yeah, if I'm understanding your reservations correctly, I mean, one way that we could approach it would be to have written into the ordinance that this is for these types of cameras and this type of program that only applies to, using it as the example, the Route 32 corridor,
Yeah.
right? So then it's limited just to that particular camera location, period, end of story. It would permit, I'm assuming if I'm hearing correctly, the traffic authority, the chief, to go ahead and find a vendor and do all this stuff and set it all up. And it's only limited to, and the mayor would have the authority to sign anything if the chief is comfortable with that vendor. And all that it would do would locate a camera at that one particular site. Then if in the future, the administration wanted to bring forward a second location or a third location, it would require a trip back to the council to amend the ordinance to add that other second or third or fourth location.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And I would then make a motion to table this for 2 weeks so that I could try to work on the language in the ordinance and make it a little bit more limited than what it is, because the language that's in here is not limited enough for me.
Second the motion to table.
I'm sorry?
I'll second that motion.
So motion to table made by Council Mullins, motion second by President Pro Tem Hart. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Are you an aye or you're opposed? Okay, motion carries. Motion table till our next meeting carries 6-1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Wright. my phone, my mic on, hopefully everybody could hear it, is Attorney Lonergan, the upcoming school year, which starts September of 2026 and proceeds until June of 2027, is that considered the 2027 school year? Or should I make a motion to amend the September 26th till June of 27 school year?
I don't know for certain how Board of Education might do it, but typically fiscal years and school years would be using for nomenclatures the year that they end. So I would say the 2027 school year is the one that's about to start next month. Same way we're in our fiscal year 27, which is the end date. So I don't think I think so long as everybody is aware of what calendar months we're talking about, I don't see a need to amend the CAM to make any reference to 2026.
And then moving on to Director McBride, the contract that we're voting on here this evening indicates it's 180 days of service. Yet the New London Public Schools presently have 186 days of service. And so how would this contract be addressed? Would they have to lower their daily rate to adjust to the 186 days as opposed to 180? Or would we be expected to pay them extra money?
We'd have to pay some additional funding for those 6 days. Or is that what it was, 6 days, I think you said?
So are you saying that there's no need to amend the motion or the contract to 186 days?
I don't think at this point there is.
Okay.
Point of clarification, can I ask for that?
Council Clue, yeah?
Yeah, just, can we rest assured, Mr. McBride, that by voting on this tonight, should we decide to do so, that 186 days of crosswalk protection for children will be in place?
Yes, we'll make sure to make that additional request of them. And if there's an issue, we'll come back to you.
All right, thank you.
Is there anybody else on my left that has any questions or comments? And there's anybody on my right, Councilor Dominguez.
I read the company, whatever they had, the information, so it said about 6, so that's what we're going for, 6 different crossing guards?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, all right.
Anybody else on my right? Hearing none. Just for the record, in the past, we've had upwards of 12 crossing guards, and this year only calls for 6. I'm not real comfortable with that number, but at least it's better than what we presently employ at this point in time. So let's move forward. Again, this is, Yeah, no, I'm about ready to call it. I'm just looking to see whether it's roll call or just, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, so voted. Moving on to 8.2. Move to CAM. Okay. City Council hereby approves a contract amendment in the amount of $2,000 with VHB to provide the technical report required by EPA for the grant closeout related to 43 Hempstead Street. The city further authorizes the mayor to sign any and all documents necessary to effectuating said contract. Funding is available under 3641739-58250 RLFCA. So Mayor Passero, my question, and you know that I've not really been happy with the cost of this project all along. Could you please explain to us why there's not enough money in the budget to actually do the closeout report?
Well, I probably, Rain Doherty is in a better position to
Okay,
explain that,
thank
but
you.
I don't believe the city taxpayers have spent any money on this project, and I don't believe we've overrun the budget yet. But let her explain this.
Thank you. So, Ms. Doherty, I'll recognize you to answer that question. I think you heard it, correct?
EPA grants and a DEEP grant. The first EPA grant we go. Sorry, thank you. So let me start over. So there are a stack of grants involved in this project. There's a first EPA grant, which needed to be closed out, but the project itself is not being closed out. And so talking to the staff at the EPA and our licensed environmental professional, VHB, we came to an understanding of what type of report would suffice to close out that first grant. And so that it's like a partial closeout. So it wasn't part of the initial scope. And because there are multiple grants, that each closeout might take a little something different than what was in the original contract, and the EPA is paying for this. So the EPA is requesting the report, and EPA is funding the report. So we're still actually in budget. We haven't gone over budget. We're not asking for new money. I'm just engaging in this contract addendum for this specific work that they can't do. They still have money on the current contract addendum, but that's for testing the wells and doing other work. So this is very specific. EPA has asked for it. EPA is paying for it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And the City of New London does in fact own that parcel at this point in time, correct?
We do not. It's the redevelopment, our CDA, it's in their name so that we could get these grants to do the remediation. So we are managing this project. They're holding title to keep the city from the liability of the remediation. And so it's, once the project has been completed, it will, there'll be a process to revert back to the city.
If you wouldn't mind reminding them that the grass is probably 3 to 4 feet high. And it's, it's a little bit disheartening that we or they are responsible for it and that we're not maintaining it properly.
Yeah, so actually our CDA is not responsible for that jungle. It is the contractor that it was doing the remediation. They have fallen short of the dream in growing grass, and they are also, we had a survey, and they did not meet the 2-foot requirement for clean fill everywhere on the property. So they're actually going to have to bring in more clean fill and also plant grass and water it so that it actually is grass. So I apologize for the current state, but they are being held accountable to remedying it.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody on my right that has any questions or concerns in reference to motions on the floor? And is there any on my left? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Opposed, so voted. Let's move on then to 8.3.
Move to CAM.
Second.
The City Council hereby approves ordinance 08032601 that the following Community Center Fund 6014 appropriation in the amount of $6,081,630 are hereby made from the transfer and from bond funds allotted the community center construction project in Fund 3600 project COM-CT for the purpose of funding various maintenance agreements. The ordinance is giving its first and second reading in the process of passage by title only. All councilors having copies of the third reading of subject ordinance is adopted by a roll call vote. So I pulled this because, one, at first I didn't have the second page to the backup materials. And part of that is I do have some questions, probably to Director McBride, around the use and purpose of bond funds, because this part of the CAM specifically, and reading the material, says that this is to fund various maintenance agreement, and I'm just curious about the use of bond funds for maintenance purposes. for the
Yeah.
community center?
Okay, yes, great question. That was the purpose for I put together the detail behind it, because as I mentioned in the memo, or the email, in a past employer I worked for, I remember we were able to utilize 5% of capital bonding funds for operational and maintenance items. So when I reached out to the bond council to conclude if that was the case with these bond funds, they said, yes, in fact, that is the case, and you were able to use 5% of the bonding for operational working capital. So the first thing I want to do is check with bond council that those funds, that $681,630 that was remaining from the bonding that New London issued, could be used for non-capital items. She came back, the bond attorney indicated that that is the case. You can use them for working capital, which is obviously operational needs. In terms of the maintenance contracts, the reason this came about was because Director Reyes came to me, a month or so ago and said, we have some maintenance contracts that we need to have worked on. They haven't been brought to your attention yet because we needed to find the money to pay for them. But some examples is Cone, the elevator contract, the maintenance contract for that. That will be coming to you. If this passes, that will be coming to you. Well, either way will be coming to you because we'll have to find the money to pay for the maintenance contracts for that elevator service for a 5-year. There's also a maintenance contract for, I forget the name of the equipment in the gymnasium. I think it's Precor, the sports equipment that's in the fitness center. That maintenance contract also needs to come to council to be agreed upon. So what we wanted to do is find the funding for those contracts. Those two contracts are only, I think the elevator contract's $50,000 and the other one's, I think maybe $3,000 or $4,000, so they're not substantial. So all of this money will not be used for maintenance contracts. The only two items I'm aware of are those two items that will be coming back for you. Once those items are paid for, this money does become available for other uses in the community center, for other things that we'll need to pay for, but they would obviously have to come back to you for approval.
I'm just a bit concerned around how new the community center is and that all these maintenances are coming up. And I do understand that things come up, but the building is about 1 year old, and 600, that's like over $500,000. That's not a little bit of money. So like, how would you, just for the record, how would you explain that to a resident who's just watching?
I would explain that the only known maintenance contracts that we're going to utilize this funding for at this point is the Cone elevator contract that's being discussed, which technically could have been done during the construction phases. Sometimes during construction, you do maintenance contracts before the building's complete. Sometimes you do them thereafter. It's not in need of any service right now. It's just we want to make sure we get a contract in place before something goes wrong. So that one's, like I said, is only, $50,000 or so that you would want to do. If you didn't do the elevator service contract, you could have a situation where the elevator breaks down and then it's going to cost you much more money like we have in Masonic. We don't have a service contract there, so we need to fix it. It's brutally expensive. So I would, if the residents were to ask you, I would say that the $681,000 is not necessarily going to be used for all maintenance contracts. The only known maintenance contracts that I'm aware of now is the $50,000 Cone and the $3,000 or $4,000 for the sports equipment. So technically, this may have been, maybe you want to make an amendment to revise this to not say various maintenance agreements, maybe have it say funding various working capital needs of the community center. Because it won't necessarily be all for maintenance agreements.
I don't understand then why we're doing this amount of money if those are the only two projects that we know of.
Okay, yeah, there's two steps, I guess. The reason we're doing the $681,630 is we have Felix close the project out. So the project's closed. In effect, we have $681,000 of bonding money that is sitting in a bond account, is sitting in this capital projects fund, that we can't, per accounting rules, we can't use that fund, we can't apply any cost for that fund unless it was a capital project. That the project doesn't have any more uses of the capital funds, so we want to transfer the money from that, let's say that bucket, the capital construction budget, to another bucket of funds that we can come to the council and say, let's use it for working capital or operational needs. So it's really just an accounting transaction. We can't use it in the capital project line item that it's in now. You're welcome.
Is there anybody else on my left that has any questions for in reference to the motion that's on the floor?
Yeah, thank you, President Seti. Yes, Mr. McBride, I just wanted to reiterate or just ask for a clarification. I understood you to say, just want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly, that if this money is approved, that further expenses beyond what you just listed would then require a discussion with council.
Yes, we would come back to ask for approval of other contracts. This is just to put the money so it's available to be used later.
Anybody else on my left? Anybody on my right? Council Muller?
Can you use excess bonding money to pay down your debt?
You could.
Could you like refund it back on the bond and then just take the money back?
Yes.
And my other question is, you mentioned working capital and operational costs, like what? What could they be? I mean, I'm just curious, like what?
I mean, operational cost is pretty rounded. I mean, there's not pretty much anything that contains operational costs with the facility. So really anything.
But isn't all that paid already? I guess I'm kind of wondering, why would the community center need all this extra cash? Right? That's what I'm trying, because all of the expenses are already built into the budget and it's already, maintenance agreements, things like that. That's all stuff that's like calculated ahead of time. So I think I'm caught like Councilor Farias is on the amount of money and what it could possibly be for, given the fact that the building is so brand new.
Well, I know there's been discussions of, I think the pavement may need to be, isn't there something with the pavement may need to be redone? It's a special permeable, that may need to be done every couple of years. I remember talking to John Lanzafami.
May I?
Mayor Passero?
Yes. I would look at this sort of as having a cushion and a fund balance for that enterprise fund, for the rec center enterprise fund. Understanding that any proposed use of that fund would have to come back to this council. But it is a $40 million facility. It's pretty complex, and it'd be nice and reassuring for the administration to know that if something goes wrong, we do have a fund to address those costs. And that was the anticipation all along when we finished the project with a surplus, that we felt comfortable that then we'd have that cushion to address any future needs of the facility. The goal is to keep it is brand new, and the goal is to keep it that way.
Council Muller? Okay. Is there anybody on my left that has any questions? I apologize. I jumped over you. My apologies. Council Dominguez.
Thank you. So hearing Councilor Ferris and also Councilor Muller, I mean, what you said, Mayor, to me, it sounds like it's you got to take it out of there so you can use it. It sounds like something that you want to save just in case to be able to use this money. It's like emergency. Like when you have in your budget in your house, you have some money that's saved specifically for that area so you can use it. I mean, that's what it sounds like. I mean, it's not your children's tuition because you're going to use that. That's going to be specific for that. But for this, I guess what I'm getting around, even though it's a lot of money, I understand that, but if you don't take it out of there, you won't be able to use it for that reason. And even though it is brand new, things can happen. And I'll tell you something about that pavement. They do have to fix that pavement because it's not really, I don't know what it is. It's not the pavement we use on the street. It's kind of like, is it rocky? I don't know what you call that.
It's permeable asphalt. It's a new product. It actually worked amazing today. Today was the opportunity to see actually how it worked.
Okay.
So where all of our other roads were flooded,
And that one did not.
and I did walk out of the facility this morning during one of those torrential downpours, and the regular pavement on the entrance road in front of the building was flooded like everything would be
Yeah.
when it's raining 2 inches or 3 inches an hour. But the parking lot looked like it was dry.
Yeah.
It's a pretty amazing product. The question, but it's new, and the question is maintenance. There's not enough of these areas paved with this product to support the vacuum that you're supposed to use to maintain it and to keep it permeable. But we're not sure that's going to be an issue, and we're still exploring possibilities of how to service that particular asphalt or whether it is going to need it. But I don't anticipate that's going to be a need for a future cost. At the worst, it won't perform as well as it did today, a year in.
I'm kind of glad you said that.
winter in. So-
I appreciate that, because at first I was like, what is this? But now seeing that, it's
But
permeable.
if something, God forbid, if something did go wrong with the facility, we'd be coming back to you. We'd be going through the routine of trying to find money somewhere to come to you, to ask you to appropriate it, to address whatever the facility need is, the pressing need is. With this fund balance, if you will, that we're establishing from the remainder of the capital funds for that enterprise fund, we would be able to come to you for the appropriation, and you'd just see one of those identifying line items for which finance account we're asking you to appropriate the money from. So for the investment in the facility, it seems like a prudent step to take to transfer this capital money, which can't be spent now, over to the facility that it was actually appropriated to support, to build and support.
Yep. Yeah, and as a member, I appreciate that. Because if anything happens, I want to make sure that, it's fixed. That's what I say. Wait, is this, can you make it a roll call vote, please?
It is a roll
Oh, it is? All right, let's do it that way. It has to be. I mean, give me a break.
Councilor Cluett.
Yes.
President Sadi. Councilor Peck. Yes. Councilor Muller.
No.
Councilor Ferris.
No.
President Pro Tem Hart.
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez Jr.
Yes.
You have 4 yes, 3 no.
Okay, let's move on to 8.5, Sports Complex. I believe I pulled that. Move to CAM.
Second.
City Council hereby approves ordinance 26-03 for the following capital project fund 3470 appropriation, the amount of $11,000 are hereby made from fund balance of the sports complex project for the purpose of purchasing new football equipment and making improvements to the facility. The ordinance is given its first and second reading in the process of passage by title only. All councils having copies. Third reading of subject ordinance is adopted by roll call vote. Second?
I have a question.
Is there a second? Second by Councilor Muller. Okay, so prior to you, since I'm the one that pulled it, a couple questions regarding backup. I don't see Director Posey here, who I believe put this on the agenda, but so maybe, hopefully, Director McBride, please let me get to my documents. Okay, so the total value is $11,000. Of that is $5,000 for repairs and $6,000 for equipment. And please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the repairs is to activate the scoreboards, that I'm assuming the newly installed scoreboards. I'll turn your attention, Director McBride, to 8.5, page 3. And this is an email from Director Posey to Ann Sylvia. Dear Ann, hope you're doing well. Could you please help me start the process of appropriating $6,000 for football equipment and $5,000 for improvements at the sport complex? The $5,000 will be used for installing, I apologize, a water fountain and having the new scoreboards inspected and placed into service. So my concern is not the water fountains and/or getting these scoreboards up and running, is that the $6,000 is for football equipment, and I believe I read somewhere in here that it was for football sleds, or maybe I had asked somebody, and our youth do not use football sleds. I mean, this would be for high school purposes only, so it makes no sense that the city is paying for a Board of Education piece of equipment, or equipment that will be used by the Board of Education at the sports complex. And I know that in the past, having served on the Park and Recreation Commission, there's always been an issue of the city residents using city facilities and Board of Education facilities and Board of Education equipment. So why would we be paying for equipment that they may be able to tell us we're not allowed to use?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's beyond my level of understanding of this. I don't know what the particular equipment was to be used for. Wasn't aware it was for sleds.
Mr. President, so are you saying that the youth football leagues don't wouldn't be using this football equipment?
The sleds, that's correct. In other words, young children, first through eighth graders aren't pushing these types of sleds. They're more used for, high school-sized children.
Yeah, we're unfortunately not going to be able to answer those kind of details without Director Posey here.
Well, I'd like to entertain a motion to the table, but prior to that, I want to give Councilor Cluett an opportunity to ask his question.
Thank you, President Sadie. I agree with the idea of tabling, but the reason is because the joint use group that has been meeting and has been starting to be a little more successful in working towards outcomes, I think would be helpful in weighing in on some of these details. I'm not suggesting anything here is wrong, but there are some problems that have come up, and President Sadie, you were a member of that you were part of that meeting, as well as a few others, and they are going to be attending the next council meeting. as part of the education committee. And so it might be useful to have some of those folks present. And these are problems that can be solved. This is not a gripe session situation. This is a situation where we can solve some problems, like whether it comes out of this funding or another set of funding, but this all has to come together. Telephones, internet connections, and football equipment, et cetera, et cetera. This has to be one package. And so I think it would be, I support President Satty's idea of asking us to postpone it until next, to table it until next meeting, so we could really have some deeper discussions about how this all works for the good of the schools and the community together.
Any other comments before I make my motion on the left? Any on my right? You'd like to make, go ahead, Councilor Peck.
No, I just would like to state that I thank you, President Satty, for doing your due diligence and looking into this. And I agree that we should table it until we get more information, because I, like you, don't seem to think that the little kid's going to be pushing these
So what
sleds.
I'd like to do then is make a motion to table. Is there a second to that motion? Councilor Cluett and Councilor Farias. There is no discussion on the motion to table. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? So voted.
Do you have a particular date that you're tabling it to? Just as we're...
Why don't we go for the second meeting in September? Give the Joint Use Task Force the opportunity
So
to meet.
the 20, I think there was something that was tabled to the 21st, so is that it? Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Moving on to, I believe 8.6 was not pulled, correct? Right, and so we're going to pass on 8.7 until we go into executive session. Therefore, I'd like to make a motion under 10.0. City Council meeting
Second.
executive session pursuant to Connecticut General Statute, Section 1200, subsection E, subsection 6, subsection E, with the mayor and members of the mayor's office, the director of personnel, the finance director, and members of the law director's office to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the city firefighters union. As such discussion will cover personnel, financial, and legal issues, and as such discussions are exempt pursuant to Connecticut General Statute 1-210, Section B, Section 9. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor, Mayor Passero, do we expect the fire chief to be in there also? I know he was here, so.
I don't see him back there. I didn't see him back there. I didn't see him back there. Is he there? I didn't see him back there.
Okay, so he's not going to be present, he'll be just here. Okay, so all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, so voted. So
We're
council's
going
now.
straight in there right now?
Council.
Are we going straight in there, or anybody's going?
I would hope
So we
everybody
can
goes
get this
straight in.
started. All right.
session is over. No votes were taken. What else, Attorney Lonergan? No motions were made, no votes were taken. So I would like to return to the agenda. 8.7, move to CAM.
Second.
City Council hereby approves the tentative agreement between the city and the New London Firefighters Union Local 1522, IAFF, and further authorize the mayor to sign any documents necessary and incidental to effectuating said tentative agreement and final contract language. And second, is there any comments that need to be made from the right-hand side? Councilor Dominguez, did you want to make a comment?
Hold on, which is, it's there. What I would like to is when we vote for this, I want this to be a roll call vote. It doesn't matter. We can still have it. Am I right, Attorney Landrigan? Yeah, I'd like to request.
You can have a roll call vote whenever you want to have.
Yes, thank you. So I want a roll call vote on this.
Is that upon request of any member?
Well, it can be requested by anybody. The president ultimately has the decision on whether or not it's a roll call vote or not.
I read it.
Attorney Eastuff, can you get the ping pong so we can do the roll call vote, please? It's in the office there.
Well, can't we,
Yeah.
Thank you.
We need the roll call vote on this one.
And are you finished?
Thank you, President. I'm done.
Councilor Muller?
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, I want to just take an opportunity to say I have the utmost respect for firefighters in our city, specifically Chief Scow, his whole leadership team. They are top-notch. They do an excellent, excellent job. They make our city proud every single day. And so it's with a heavy heart that I'm going to be voting no tonight, and it's only because of the way that this information is brought to City Council. We are not given enough information ahead of time to vote on matters that are as complex as this. The document that's presented to us are sparse, to say the least, and they do not give me the personal level of comfort that I need to vote yes. So it is not a indictment on the firefighters, the union, the merits of the agreement, the terms of the agreement. All of those are perfectly in order. It's simply the way that, once again, information is brought to this council in a way that is not satisfactory to me and able to vote in an affirmative way, and therefore I will not be supporting it tonight.
Councilor Peck.
Thank you, President Sadi. I just want to say that I 100% support our firefighters. If you haven't noticed, it's been very busy, and I would not like to see us use this as an explanation or reason to vote no. I don't think public safety and firefighters is something to play with. We wouldn't do this on any other CAM for any other area of the city. And I support it 100%, and I'll be voting yes because this is not something to play with. If you have a disagreement, it's one thing, but you would have to be an adult to put it aside and to fix your disagreements at a later time, but this is not something to play with.
Thank you. Is there anybody on my left that needs to make a comment? Councilor Kahlua.
I intend to vote yes for this because I think that it's a reasonable agreement, and I think we'd be, in my opinion, I respect the opinions of all of the councilors, but in my opinion, we're overthinking what is a very reasonable agreement, and this is not the time, in my opinion, to vote no in this very delicate time where we need the fire department to be on top of their game and their best, and we can work out in the future ways to get more information, because I think that's a reasonable expectation also. I'll be voting yes.
President Pro Tem Hart and Councilor Farias.
I would just like to put on the record, I do share the same sentiment as Councilor Mueller around the time that is being given to process these information. Again, like nothing against the contract itself. I just feel like personally, on the record right now, I'm exhausted, and putting a document in front of me at 10 p.m. right now was really hard for me to process the information. However, going back to process, I have approved and voted in favor of another contract that was presented to us within the same process. So tonight, I will be voting in support of that, knowing that that has been similar processes that we have followed, putting it on the record of I would appreciate for this body to figure out a way to not do that. 2 reasons, too, like, people could have, like, we don't all process information the same way, so giving someone 5 minutes to 10 minutes to read a document and to be able to make a decision on it, like, it's just not the way some people learn or process information. So just thinking of that on a, like, literacy level, or just like how people process information is just not fair to do that to people. And I just quite learn differently. Like, I need time to process the information and know how I do my due diligence to make a decision. So just putting on the record, I am exhausted, and I was really trying hard to process the information that was put in front of me. But because I didn't raise that issue in that way with the other contract, I feel like I also have a due diligence to be fair. So I will be voting in favor of that for that reason.
Nobody on this side.
I didn't get a chance to talk.
I haven't even had a first chance.
All right, because I didn't know, I think you was going to go last, as always.
So, again, I am in full agreement. I've sat on this council for 11 years, and I have continued to express my concern about having multi-page documents and limited access and 5, 10, 15, whatever minutes it is to make a decision, when any other agenda item is given to us, on a Wednesday, and we have the ability as a body to caucus to make sure what is fair, what is equitable. And I think tonight is the night to say no, not because I don't respect the chief, because I have the utmost respect for Chief Scow and for the union, but again, the process has to change. And I would just ask other members of the council, and even the newer members of the council, who have not had to be turned down on this similar request for the last 10 or 11 years, to really rethink their votes, because again, it just can't continue with very limited input of this body. So I plan to stand with Councilor Mueller and vote no this evening. And having said that, Councilor Dominguez, you want to make one final comment?
President Sadi. So I mean, I respect, my colleagues and their opinions on it. I just think, we have been talking about this for quite some time. I think we drilled it enough, and I think we're going to have that space and time to do it, the process. But tonight, for me, it's not the night to say no to the firefighters. So with that, I'm going to say yes, support this, because I just think it's the right
Okay,
thing to
are we
do.
ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor signify by
No, it's a roll
saying...
call vote. So roll call vote.
I have decided not to have a roll call vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Are those in
Opposed?
favor?
Huh?
What did you say?
All those in favor
Okay.
of approving the tentative agreement, say aye.
Okay. Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Okay, motion carries 5-2.
Move to adjourn?
Is there a second to the motion to adjourn?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, so voted. Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned at 10:28.